வேணாண்டா சொல்லுங்க, அத்துட்டு போயிடு.
அத்து
நிஜமாவே அத்துட்டு போயிடு.
போடா வளர்த்தேன் போடா. என்னடா பண்ணுறதுனாடா கேட்குறோம். அதில் உனக்கு என்னடா மனம் வருது? எனக்கு புரியலை.
புரியலையா?
புரியாமல் இருக்கிறது தான்.
டீ சாப்பிட்றோமா?
டேய் வேமா வெட்டி விடு, வெட்டி விடவா காரணி.
ஹலோ 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 ஹலோ.
எல்லாம் ஓகே தானப்பா?
மறந்து வச்சுங்க.
எல்லாம் ஓகே தானே?
இல்லைடா நீங்கள் நேற்று
இப்போ கரெக்டாவா?
இருக்கட்டும்.
ஒரு நிமிஷம் கழட்டிக்கிறேன்.
இருக்கட்டும். முடியாது.
கண்டேன் சார்.
கேட்டுதானப்பா? ஹலோ.
இங்கேருந்து போயிட்டு வரணும். இதில் ஒரு ஃபோல்டர் இருக்குது, அன்டைட்டில் போட்டிருக்கோம், அதை காப்பி பண்ணிக்கலாம்.
வாங்க சார்.
வாங்க.
நல்லா இருக்கீங்களா? இது பேசுறது கேட்குமா? ஸ்ட்ரீம் யாரும் கேட்குதா?
யூடியூப்ல கேட்குறேன்.
யூடியூப்ல கேட்குது. சரி, அப்படின்னா என்ன உங்களுக்கு
இங்கே கேட்குறேன்.
இங்கே கேட்குறது எக்கோ அடிக்கிறதா?
அதெல்லாம் போட்டால்
எதில் போட்டா?
ஹலோ ஹலோ இதில் வந்து இங்கே வராது. இவ்வளோ மட்டும் இங்கே கேட்கும். ரெண்டுமே
இப்போ என்ன பண்ணீங்க?
இது லைவ்
கொடுத்துட்டேன். ஒரு வாட்டி பேசி பார்த்தால எக்கோ அடிக்கல ஸ்ட்ரீமில்.
ஆனால் ஒரு மைக் மட்டும் ஆஃப் பண்ணலாம்.
ஸ்ட்ரீமில் எக்கோ அடிக்கல. ஒரு வாட்டி பேசி பாரு. காட் பண்ணிட்டியா? எங்கே இருக்கு?
அங்கே பார்த்து அங்கே பார்த்து
சொல்லு.
130 தான் இருக்கு.
நான் தான் ஏற்றினேனா?
அந்த நேரம் பார்த்துக்கலாம். இல்லைன்னா ஸ்க்ரீனிங் மேலே இருந்தால் கூட
மாட்டிட்டு
நீங்கள் மாட்ட வேணாம். ஆடியோ ரெக்கார்ட் ஆகுது தானே கேட்குறீங்க. நான் கையில் பிடிச்சிருக்கேன். இதே தானே அவன் கேட்குறேன். இப்போ பேசணுமா?
லைவ் ஸ்ட்ரீமில் என்ன தெரியுது? எதுல பிபிடி சாரு ஃபஸ்ட் எடுத்தோடனே வரணும். அதுக்கு தான் நீ செகண்டா வரலாம் போல. சரி நெக்ஸ்ட் இருக்குண்ணே சீனியர்ஸ் அதனால தான் வந்தாங்க. மறந்துட்டீங்க. இவர் உட்காருதான்
சேர் இல்லை கீழே ஒரு சேர் எடுத்து இங்கே கொடுங்க கேமரா
சவுண்ட் நல்லா பேசிட்டு
நீ ஒரு சேர் எடுத்து உட்காந்துருக்கு
ஓகே சரி
வடக்கு
ஓகே
நெட்டு இவ்வளோ தள்ளி வரும் உட்காந்து நீ உட்காந்து பார்க்க சொல்லு இல்லை பிடிக்க அப்புறம் எப்படி வரும் நீ ஒன்று பண்ண நீ உள்ள போயிடு
இல்லையா
போஸ்டர் எங்கே ஓட்டலாம்
அவங்க
சார் போஸ்டர் வெளியே
ரெக்வஸ்ட் கொடுத்துருக்காங்க சரியா இப்படி சொல்லணும் இந்த பாலாட்டம் நன்றி இல்லை என்ன பண்ணுறதுனால எதுக்கு
மேன் வித் மூவி கேமரா எடுத்து வச்சுருக்கியா
என்னது
மேன் வித் மூவி கேமரா
என்னென்ன படம்
எதுவுமே கொடுக்கலாம்
இன்னும் வரல
அமுதனா
இப்போ வருவாங்க வந்து தருவேன்
சரி எப்போ வருவாங்க
இந்த அதான் நானுமே ஃபோன்
இந்த
பண்ணிட்டு
யூடியூப்ல
வந்துட்டு
எஃபியில் எல்லாருமே ஸ்ட்ரீம் ஆகிட்டு இருக்கு நான் வந்து அதில் ஸ்ட்ரீம் ஆகும் கொடுத்தாங்கன்னா செய்யுங்க
நேரத்தை கொடுத்து விடல சரி வரட்டும் பா சார் ஃபஸ்ட் பேசுவார் அதுக்குள்ளே ஒரு படம்
சரி.
அப்படி வந்துருச்சுன்னா
Okay.
பிரச்சனை இல்லை மத்தியானம் தான் ரெண்டு மூணு படம்
சரி
காலையில் 2 படம் தான் இருக்கு. சார் வந்து படம் போட்டு பேச போகிறாருன்னு தெரியல எனக்கு.
பிபிடி கொடுத்துருக்காங்க
அப்படியா சரி
Most worthless fellow I ever heard. Some
என்ன சொல்லுங்க
அவருக்கு சாருக்கான படம்லாம் எடுத்து ரெடி பண்ணிடுச்சு.
அந்த இதில் இருக்க மட்டும் லிஸ்ட்டில் இருக்கிற மட்டும் தானே
இன்னைக்கு வந்து படம் எனக்கு போடல, நம்ம இதுதானே
டிபிடிஸ்
ஒன்றும் இல்லை. நான் வந்து ஓப்பன் பண்ணுங்க, நான் ஒரு 5 படம் இன்னைக்கு இருக்குது, அதை மட்டும் எல்லாமே எடுத்து எல்லாத்தையும் எடுத்து இப்படி எடுத்து
பேர்
போஸ்டர் இருக்குல்ல இந்த மாதிரி யூஸ் பண்ணணும். பிரிண்ட் வேணும் அப்படியே வாட்ஸ்அப்
பிரிண்ட் எடுத்துகிட்டு வரேன் ஈஸியாக.
போய் நீ எதில் போய் எடுக்கணும் என்னாச்சு
ஆப்ரேஷன் பண்ணிட்டுருக்காங்க. ஜெயம் ஹாஸ்பிட்டல் இப்போ தான் நேற்று போய் காமிச்சு திருப்பி கொண்டு வர சொல்லியிருக்காங்க. இப்போ நைட்டு பண்ண முடியாது, குடிச்சிட்டு இருந்தாலும் சொல்ல முடியாது. இப்போ திருப்பி போனாங்க. அம்மா முன்னாடி போக சொல்லியிருக்கேன். முடிச்சுட்டு அப்படி கிளம்புவோம். டிஸ்கிரிப்ஷனில் வந்து வேர்ல்டு அண்ட் வேர்ல்டு டாக்குமெண்ட்ரிஸ் கோடு இங்கே இதில் வந்து jointly organized by MMFSA, SIDAC, MMFSA and Marupakkam. SIDAC channel jointly organized with MMFSA and Marupakkam. SIDAC telecast MMFSA and Marupakkam. ஒரு பி தான் PAKKA அதில் அப்படி டீட்டெயில்ஸில் வந்து டைம் 11 to 5 PM.
Whatever you feel, what's happening in
11 AM to 4 PM.
Actually, I started the refocused planning. Good number of films. You can go through the list. I started. But I ended up losing everything.
ஃபேஸ்புக்கில் பார்த்துடலாமா அப்படியே?
தமிழ் மட்டும் வச்சுக்கலாம்.
என்ன தமிழ்?
போஸ்ட் தான்.
Printing of normally goes by
கடுமையாக திட்டுறாங்க. யாருக்காவது கேட்டுற போது இப்போ சார் பேசப்பட்டு மியூட் பண்ணிடுங்க. கடுமையாக திட்டுறாரு எல்லாத்தையும். என்னைய ஒன்று திட்டல இது வரைக்கும். க்ராப் பண்ணிட்டோமா? பிகாஸ் க்ராப் பண்ணி அனுப்பிச்சுடுவாங்க. இதுதானே இந்த மேட்ச் தானே? அதே போட்டு விடுறேன்.
ஹலோ ஹலோ ஹலோ. ஐயா எல்லாம நினைவில் வரும் அன்புதான் தென்றல் வந்து தீண்டும் போது என்ன வண்ணமோ.
ஆப்ரேஷன் பண்ணி வச்சுருக்கேன், டேட் வைக்க வச்சுருக்கேன். போகணும், அம்மா மேலே அனுப்பிச்சுட்ருக்கேன். இடமே முடிஞ்சிச்சு. போகிறேன் எங்கே பண்ணிக்கிறேன். அப்படியே
section will have seminars on documentaries, and then the second section will have film screenings. We have planned 4 seminars, and all the 4 are about documentaries only, because we are slightly preoccupied and obsessed with documentaries, so pardon us. And in the list of 4 documentaries, the first one is about Indian documentaries. The first one is about Tamil documentaries, which we did in Arulanda College on 1st and 2nd of December. Today we are going to discuss about old documentaries, old and world documentaries. On 4th December at Madurai Kamaraj University, we are going to do a seminar on Indian documentaries. And then on the last day of the seminar series, on 5th December, we will be discussing about film collectives. For the seminars alone, we are inviting almost 20 speakers. And then in the screening section, we are going to show 180 films at 8 venues. And there are some 30 filmmakers participating in the program. For the first time in our history, we are also having competition for documentaries and short films. So we are giving 5 awards for documentaries and short films. And the first award is about Indian long documentaries, and then Indian medium length documentaries, and Indian short documentaries, and then Indian short fiction and Tamil short fiction. So we are giving away almost 1,25,000 rupees as a cash prize in total for the 5 awards. So the closing ceremony will take place on 10th December at YMCA Hall, and we'll also have an award ceremony on that day. Today, the program is being scheduled in a way that we'll have 5 speakers presenting about old and world documentaries. The morning session would discuss about origin of documentaries, talking about Lumiere Brothers and Robert Flaherty. It will be shared by Dr. Chindra Joseph, Director, Madurai Media and Film Studies Academy. And the next session in the morning will be by Babu, artist Babu. He'll be discussing about early Russian documentaries. And then afternoon, we have 3 sessions. And we initially we were thinking of discussing films chronologically and thematically, but then we decided we can discuss randomly, and whatever comes to our mind we can discuss, so that we can cover many interesting areas. So the first session in the afternoon will be discussing about Pasolini's Love Meetings by Mohammad Safi, and at the second session in the afternoon will be about Indian independent documentaries by George Kutti from Bangalore Film Society. The last session for the day, the last but one session for the day, is about Indian women documentary filmmakers by Dr. Asha Achi Joseph, filmmaker and academic from Sacred Heart College, Kochi. The last session for the day, it's about short documentaries by Kieslowski by Dr. Manigandan. So we'll have almost 6 sessions today, and I would request the panelist speakers to stick to the time and try to also show films, clippings, and so that it can be kind of engaging program. So we will help you with films that you would want to show. We have a team who can show films. If you have any films in mind, you can always contact us, and we can include the films. So to start with, let me invite Dr. Chindra Joseph, who will be discussing about origin of documentaries, particularly on Lumiere Brothers and Robert Flaherty.
Sheet on the program sheet, so that I. Chairs no, take it, remove it. Gives a very odd look. This can't be removed, right? What do you have this?
I will sit.
You can sit and moderate, right?
No, no, I won't.
Yeah, I don't need this, I suppose.
அப்படியா
Okay, this is, yeah.
சார் நல்லா பேசுங்க சார் உறக்க பேசுங்க.
Good morning, and thank you for coming. Particularly, I welcome people who have travelled from Kerala. Mr. George Kuti of Bangalore Film Society, Dr. Asha Joseph, filmmaker, academic from Sacred Heart College, Kochi. Then you have Dr. Manikandan. Then we have Dr. Mohammed Safi. Yeah, that's right. So special welcome to all of you who have taken time off on a Sunday and have come here. Thank you, students from Lady Doak and Madurai Institute of Social Sciences. Thank you very much for coming, and we expected more students. And my presentation, I prepared my mind to really talk to the students, because in all the veteran filmmakers and critics have very little to learn from me, I think. And the topic Amudan has really given me is history of. Why can't you do that? And I'm a bit senile. Yeah, history of documentaries. From Lumiere Brothers to Robert Flaherty. It was initially said as "and," but I changed it because it talks about a particular period. There is not a simple jump from Lumiere Brothers to Flaherty, because Lumiere Brothers came on the scene and are very popularly known for making the possibility of movies as early as 1896, which all of us know. I don't know about students who have taken interest to learn about films and film history. Then, when the real documentary film, or something to be called as a documentary film, has to wait till 1922. So 4 plus 22 years. So 26 years of development had to be there before anything could be called as a documentary film, which we have come to know as documentary. So it's a kind of a major paradigm shift that was happening in 1922. That's the reason why I thought that it should be not Lumiere Brothers and Flaherty, but Lumiere Brothers to Flaherty, because so many other developments happened in between before Flaherty very successfully made this film, The Nanook of the North. Not only he made the film, unlike other attempts, this film became so popular, nearly 2 million people could see all over the globe. This is where the path-breaking achievement of Flaherty could be really seen and appreciated. So that's where we are. And can I have the first slide, please? So why history of films? Especially now, I just wanted to raise this issue for the sake of students. History is not a very welcome kind of a word these days. People do not want to really bother about history. If you make life as flat as, as thin as air, it's fine. That's how we really look at it. But I think history is very important. I just try to say that it allows us a lot of reflective thinking, because any art, particularly when you talk about art history, if not general history, any art is a kind of a legacy, which legacy was collectively, articulated, produced, and shared, and passed on from one generation to another generation. And we have to necessarily remember this for us to really think in reflective ways. And also, it provides a larger scope for your creativity. Sometimes, without knowing much of the legacy of a particular art, or a craft, we arrive at something which we think is very, very creative. And ultimately it turns out to be rediscovering of a wheel. So, history, I think, if you know the history of a particular craft or art, it helps you to frame questions which really put you on a creative challenge. A lack of history means very bland way of looking at issues. This is what I thought I must tell. And also gives you a lot of inspiration, especially when you talk about these filmmakers whom we are going to just see today. They are not simple artists, the way we understand artists to be. They're all people who took the art as their way of life. For example, for Flaherty, whom we are going to see in detail, really spent about 10 years before he came out with something which he did not anticipate at the beginning. And 10 years of tremendous risk, hard work, sleepless nights, loss of money, loss of comfort, then you arrive at some point. So art doesn't happen that easily. It always has human effort and striving, which I think, should inspire a lot of people who have gone into the history of filmmaking, or real sources of inspiration, especially for young filmmakers who are aspiring to be very creative people. Also, history tells you what mistakes to be avoided. So everybody makes mistakes. These mistakes are sometimes very costly mistakes. So we don't need to go through the same route to discover it's a mistake again. So if somebody had made a mistake, Einstein made mistakes, Flaherty made mistakes, all big filmmakers made mistakes. Such mistakes, if we know, we can anticipate in advance and we can have a creative way of bypassing it or solving it. That's what I think is important when we talk about understanding history of filmmaking. And also, I think it's very important to realize that understanding a historical legacy or the history of a particular art gives you right type of, or rather help us to articulate a kind of a right identity. It's a constant striving. Identity itself is a constant striving. Sometimes in the earlier days, when we do something which others call as extraordinary, we have a feeling that we are arrived, like Buddha or China, and really, we stagnate. Life is not all about that. So we have to really keep the journey going. So this is the reason why I think, it's important to really revisit history, not only the general history of a society in which you live, but also history of several arts. And filmmaking, definitely, I take that as to be an art. And it's important that we have to necessarily know, because in the filmmaking classes, in the moment we say this is going to be film history, everybody will just close the notebook and start dozing off a little bit. That should not happen. That's the reason why I thought I can have a small prelude, especially for students who are young. Next one, please. So there are two pairs of people. One is, Lumiere brothers, Auguste as well, Louis. These are the brothers whom we remember as the people who made the breakthrough, giving us what we call as films today, or the movies. So the first movie which became popular, all of us know, is the train arriving at the station. Even before that, that was in the year 1896. 1896. French, and train arriving at the station is about 50 seconds, single shot film, the camera put on a tripod and not moving, and we'll just have the clip, screened here. This became popular, not that there is no other attempt before 1896. There were several attempts. Even Edison was very successful, and 2 or 3 years prior to 1896, before Lumiere brothers came and screened this film in public, he captured one of his workers sneezing. That was the first film. It's for a few seconds, a worker sitting in his cabin and sneezing, and that was captured on a movie camera, which he was in fact trying to experiment with and perfect. One advantage for Lumiere brothers was the camera they invented. It was very light and easily portable. That's one advantage with which they moved around and could just shoot several films. You have Flaherty and his fiancée at that point of time, till he married her. She is Frances. Both were a team. Flaherty was not doing anything on his own. He was very much supported by his fiancée, later his wife Frances. So both were a team, and they have a big crew going with them at all point of time. So there are about 26 years gap, and 26 years from Lumiere brothers to Flaherty. What happened is also a thing which I thought I can really touch upon today, so that it was not a simple jump. So I removed the proposition and. Next one, please. So this is how I thought I can give you a kind of a framework to think for today's discussion. So what to arrive first was a set of single short films. Most of them were taken by Lumiere brothers, called as actualities. I'll screen some of them. Actualities, meaning things as they are caught on the film. Then you have, after some time, in about 5 to 10 years, you have a little shift away from the actualities, where you have the newsreel coming up, newsreel tradition. Because then people thought with the technology advancing a little bit and cameras could be just carried along easily, people could go to places of important occurrence, say like a coronation or a funeral of a queen or a king, are all important occurrences or other happenings which has high news value, which were caught on the movie as moving images, and they were screened. So newsreel took on propaganda dimension also. It didn't stop with simple news value of occurrences, but sometimes they were also used as tools for making your point of view popular. So the propagandist idea of filmmaking also goes with the newsreel tradition as early as the turn of the century. By 1900, films started. Now we started using films as propagandist tools. Then filming foreign and exotic objects. This actually goes with the idea of colonialism, because people were going into new territories. People were trying to study people, particularly the people coming from the West, who had an edge over others in terms of their mobility, in terms of their material power. So they could go to places which you and I could not go, or your grandparents or great-grandparents could not go. So they went to places, isolated places, and which looked very exotic for the viewers in the West. So they chose such places or such events that gave them some kind of a value for audience, for screening and other things. They just were helpful. I will also just then finally, and that's why I say it's exploratory and anthropological in nature. Sometimes it's very educative as well, about the cultures and certain rituals, certain kind of pre-modern technology, survival tactics and sustenance of people who are different from you. All these things were captured on film and brought back here for the audience who cannot go up to those places and see them. Then came what we try to call today as documentary, not in a very perfect way, but in a very path-breaking way, showing the way for people to follow a new trend of filmmaking which could be perfected as a documentary film later. because there is no single definition for documentary film. Just for your working knowledge, for you to think within a particular framework, which I think made it very flexible. Documentaries, as far as this discussion is concerned, I take that to be a non-fictional film which interprets reality, involving people, places, events, which are actual and often of public nature, which is different from the fiction films. Fiction films are not of public nature. Fiction films are not about real people. And sometimes the story may be real, but the film is not based on real life situations or capturing of real life. This is very important. So this is a shift. But there is no single definition, I said, or it has to be very flexibly seen, because when I say that documentaries capture reality, then the problem arises. What is reality? What Babu might think as reality is not what I think as reality. There itself there is a problem. Okay, this is one thing which always you have to keep in mind. When somebody says that I got reality, then better be guarded against what I say. So what reality means to you is not sometimes reality to me. Second thing is, even if you assume that I am telling some truth about a situation, that truth is not absolute. There no one can capture the truth in a very absolute way. So it's going to be very partial. So this partial way of presenting a truth is also artistically important. You understand that? I'll come back to that if you raise questions on that. And then also sometimes we misinform, disinform, which is the era of misinformation, disinformation, even without going into documentary filmmaking. So this is a framework within which I think today's very brief discussion has to happen. So first actualities, then the news reels, then capturing the exotic objects. Sometimes it's natural, sometimes man-made events and so on. Then of course, very complex way of capturing real life situations to tell a story. This is very important. So documentary is all about that. Can I have the next one, please? So this is a list of actualities which were popular those days before the turn of 20th century, between 1895 and 1900. See the years. Most of them were taken by Lumiere brothers in the year 1895. The one which is very popular, arrival of a train at the station, is actually marked as 1896, because this is the first ever single shot actuality to be screened in public successfully. It was actually screened in a cafe in Paris, and people a small gathering was there when this was screened. When the engine came, some of them got up and walked away, running away from that, thinking that the engine is going to really come in. Now, if I say that, you may think that I'm trying to exaggerate and create a kind of a practical joke. But it was true, because such moving images were not part of human sensory equipment till then. So it is something of a shock for them. But you're going to see that and see whether you get the shock anymore, is the thing. So these are all single shot things. It lasts for 45 seconds to 50 or 55 seconds, camera on a stationary basis, and something happening in front of the lens is captured, and a positive made and screened. Okay. And he had a wonderful equipment which could record moving images. It could be used as a camera as well as a kind of a projector. That's a success of Lumiere brothers. They are more into technical operations and entrepreneurs and money makers. So you shouldn't think that they're all very serious-minded artists, but art became possible through such people also. Okay, can I have Balaji? Next one is the screening. We're going to switch off the light and I think because of the time constraint, we'll have only 2 or one of the Karthi, can I have some water? Full screen போட்டுருப்பா. So this is one thing. So this is the first set of films which is talking about his actualities. Guru, can I have some water? You saw that, you know. I think you should internalize something and you have questions about it. They simply captured an event or something which happened before the... Thank you. Something that happened in front of the camera. You know, first time, I think Lumiere brothers put the camera on a tripod before their father's factory. This is their own factory from which the workers are exiting after a work hour. Maybe it was a little staged. We don't know whether it was really happening. We don't know, but still, workers are leaving a factory that was taken and recorded and shown to you. The second occasion is a little different, which is of some news value. There was a conference in Lyon of photographers. So people are coming, many photographers from all over the continent were arriving there that he captured. That is also again, you know, he kept the camera somewhere and people were passing through a kind of a pathway, and that was captured and shown to you. Then the same thing happens with the train arriving at the station. So here is no story. This is a kind of a spectacle which we all, you know, are witness to. So we see something happening which has been recorded. It did really happen, which has been recorded and even kept alive in the film memory for these many years, for 126 years, 27 years or so. And it's all a kind of a tableau. Camera doesn't move. It's something like you seeing a, you know, a proscenium stage where everything is fixed. You know, it's happening that way. So it doesn't tell a story. But still, it's a major technical breakthrough that human beings could capture, you know, moving images. Photography, still photography became possible some 50, 60, 70 years ago. But we had to wait for such a long time before we could capture images on celluloid films and then develop them into positives and screen them and project them. So you have to wait for a long time. So that's a marvelous technical breakthrough, if not a major artistic breakthrough. Maybe there is some art involved. We have to really discuss that. Okay, next, please. Then came the newsreel tradition, it's again of French origin. Because, now when we talk about films, especially the younger generation would think, the moment we say film, it's United States and the Hollywood. But it was, in fact, the lead was provided till the World War I by France. Most of the experiments, technical as well as artistic experiments, happened in France. All of us, especially the senior filmmakers, know that. I don't need to make it redundant. So, as I said in the beginning, that events of news value. So here I put 3, just as a representative thing. If you Google through and you just go to the YouTube, you have several films taken during this time, especially between 1896 and 1910. So you have the Coronation of Nicholas. Again, it was taken by Lumiere brothers. Coronation of Nicholas is the Russian emperor when he just ascended the throne. That was such a big event that was really captured on film. It's there in the YouTube. You can go and see that. The funeral of Queen Victoria, 1901. Again, it is English filmmaker. Then Battle of Somme in 1916, much later. Now you see about 20 years, 2 decades had passed since Lumiere brothers came on the scene. And this is a big effort. Jeffrey Malins and McDowell, I think sitting there is McDowell. So this is a very important thing. It's a sponsored film. How many of you know anything about World War I? The younger set of people who are sitting here. When did it happen? Have you heard about World Wars? Have you? உலக யுத்தம் அப்படின்றத கேள்விப்பட்டிருக்கீங்க. Tell me, what you can tell me about World War I? Where did it happen? Which was the theater of war? Where did?
1940.
Yeah, you Googled in? Oh, okay. When it ended?
1970.
Yeah. It went up to 1990, almost. Okay. Here, this Battle of Somme, don't forget that. That's one killing field which saw the maximum number of deaths in any war. Even those days, when you had conventional weapons, they were on horseback sometimes. Of course, they had rifles and big guns, artillery. Still, it was a kind of a conventional war. In a single day in Somme, 20,000 British soldiers were killed because of a faulty strategy on the part of the English. So it is a bloody war in history. Even now, a single day death has not exceeded 20,000 in any big war. So this was in fact filmed because Battle of Somme was such a heartbreaking, place for those people who sent their warriors. See, this was filmed, the battlefield was filmed in 1916 with great difficulty because you have to crank the camera, pop out of the trenches and see the field, and your cranking should be so rhythmic, as demanded by the technology then, maybe some, I don't remember the number of rotations you have to make so that the film could really move, unlike the present one where you don't have such moving films or anything. So they did it at such great risk. 2 important people whom I met, Jeffrey Malins, and this is one documentary before the Nanook of North was publicly screened, which was seen in Britain and other places. And 2 million people again saw this film in theaters. Okay, it's a silent film again. And so I thought that some snippets can be there, some clips can be played. Uh, Next one. The only one you are showing, right? Okay. Some mistake happened, right? Okay, it's okay. Filming foreign and exotic subjects, which I just mentioned about, it's like Moscow clad in snow. Something unusual snowing was captured on film. And most importantly, the Darbar at Delhi. What is the Darbar at Delhi in 1911? Have you ever heard about it? Anyone who's got some background in history? Young students who are here? No. What is a Darbar? Often we use this word, Darbar. What is a Darbar? It's, what's the name? Rashika. Rashika's Darbar means what? Demonstration of power and pomp and glory. You know, so this was a habit of the imperial powers, and when the George V, the English king, took over, ascended the throne, he also became the monarch of India. He was invited to India. He was invited to be in Delhi, and he was given such a big reception, and also where all the local kings, you know, the Maharajas, they were not really Maharajas, they were all small Rajas. These small Rajas all went and paid obeisance, you know, bowing their head down and all that stuff. And film crew came along with the king in as early as 1911, and they captured what happened, and that became the documentary called The Darbar of Delhi. Again, it's an exotic event as far as the English were concerned. Maybe it's not an exotic event for you and I, and definitely it was that. And two films I thought I can show. The same thing about Scott in the Antarctic. In Antarctic there is, how many of you have heard about Shackleton? Even those days when they had ordinary wooden vessels, wooden boats and wooden ships, they just sailed to Antarctica. The ship broke and all that. They also had a crew, film crew, who just, documented, who really recorded all that event, you know, in spite of the fact such a cold, killing cold, and the ship was lost, and they had to really come back to the mainland after great difficulty. 22 people went, 22 people came back with a good stock of films shot in Antarctica. I'm not included that here. I searched for it, I couldn't get it. Go search for it and see. Not only it's filmmaking, but it's also a story about the human spirit. That's why I say that better go into the history to know how to get inspired. So then at the same thing, I included Edward Cortes because he was in conversation with Flaherty. Is one reason why Flaherty had to revise his idea of filmmaking. I'll come to that later. So he also was a filmmaker like Flaherty, who in 1914 went to the native Indians in America and filmed their rituals, particularly their exorcism and magic and religious rituals. That was the film. That's what is called as the Land of the Headhunters, 1914. So by 1913, 1914, the narrative was really slowly emerging. You understand that? So can I have the screening? Yeah, go ahead. Switch off the light. Darbar. Thank you. It's very hot. You can fast forward and you have another clip also, right? Okay. Okay. Okay, so on light on. So you had the third level. It looks more like a fiction film, right? The last one which you saw. So the narrative element was getting deeper and deeper, and they were trying to use it for several purposes, not only for propaganda, but also this is very much for an entertainment, like so that they could also have the commercial audiences fixed. So money was involved in such huge projects, and people were ready to sponsor only when it is of some entertainment nature. Even Flaherty could not escape that rule. So it became more entertaining because so many of the events captured were of real nature and authentic, but some of them were staged. We'll come to that point later. So now we come to Flaherty. I think we will tell something about this man. He is not in fact a filmmaker to begin with. He was from the Iron Mountain in the southern part of United States, an American, whose father was in fact a kind of an explorer of iron ore. So he also took to that kind of a job. So he went around. He was sometimes commissioned by people to really locate places where they can find iron ore. That's the reason why he went from his place to really, the Hudson Bay. This is what exactly is the Hudson Bay, very much frozen. But he had an interesting autistic temper. He was a violinist, however amateur he was still called as a violinist, and also a still photographer. Before getting into this venture, he had even conducted his own still photography exhibition about places which he explored even very long time ago, that is before 1910. 1911, he was commissioned again to search for iron ore. That's the reason he went there. That's where he comes into contact with the northern people, whom we sometimes pejoratively call as Eskimos. It's not very right. That's not the right identity. That's where he really came across those people, took still photographs, came back. And then when he went, I think in 1912-13 trip, he took with him a movie camera. Himself was not a great filmmaker, but still he thought he can go, and took some people with him to help him. Next one, please. Next slide. What is it? Okay. So the place I have just mentioned about extremely cold, sometimes it drops to minus 30 degrees, is to have a feeling then what kind of condition the film was made. And the bed gets frozen most of the time. The permafrost means, very strong, very sheet-like ice forming underneath the snow, which is sometimes very dangerous. And very remote, from one settlement to another settlement, it was really separated by vast land, wilderness, ice, desert. So this is the thing. Next one, please. This is the major character. The tribes are Cree, Inuit, Dene, and Ojib. And the film was about Inuit people. Nanook belongs to the Inuit tribe of that place, who have been long settled there, adapted to the extreme conditions of geographical and climatic challenges and so on, had their own economy and all that. So this is where he went. So coming back to Flaherty's story, he went there in search of iron ore. The deposits he found were not very economically useful, but his experience he started using. So he went to one sponsor by name Mackenzie and said that I'll make a film about the place and you can really show it and make money. That's how he got the sponsor for that. So the first documentary was not from his own pocket. He never spent anything from his own pocket. So he went to Mackenzie and gave him money. So next one, please. This is the thing. So there are two filmmaking expeditions. One was in 1913-14, 1920-22. What happened in 1913-22? He took with him 25,000 feet long film roll, 35 mm, and nearly about 1,000 kilograms of chemicals to process, and a tripod which weighed nearly about 20 kilograms, 15 to 20 kilograms. With that he went and he shot about 20,000 long footages he took and brought it back, sat in his cabin, and he had just gone through a bit, taken positive of maybe 20% of what he shot, and accidentally a cigarette butt which is smoking, fell on the film, it caught fire. So what remained with him was the positive which had developed, like it's time. 10 more minutes. I think can be a little more liberal to me. Okay. That's where it is. There was also remaining thing he showed to people. They said this is of no interest. It doesn't create any interest, doesn't engage the audience. Maybe it's very authentic. You have just gone there and shot all these things. So second time he had to go. Again, he had a lot of difficulty to make the story short. 1920, 22, again he went. So 10 years, he was in touch with those people. He was very close to them, going very often there, talking to them. And he almost took 2 women very close who became some kind of his wife and all that. And 2022 thing is the one which we are talking about right now. So the experience he gained 10 years prior to this was very helpful. And here, he wanted to really make a more narrative kind of a documentary. So he brings, it's not only the technique, it's not only the technology, but the narrative strategy which he employed becomes more important. That only made the film very popular. So we will go to the film, I think. So this is a very short, because of the time, I didn't want to really have the full thing. You can go and see the whole film. It runs for about 1 hour, 18 minutes or so. It's a feature-length documentary, first to be screened in all commercial theaters. And it is a big box office hit because it is such an engaging documentary which rivaled fiction film. So this raises a lot of questions about documentary filmmaking. This is where I am. The time is really short, and some of the things, did he have a story? Did he write a script before he went to screen is one thing which I thought I must raise. But still, he had a story in his mind. Then he was creating a visual anthropology. I quickly tell that, and when you just discuss, we can discuss that. And also, there is a lot of distortions in the film. It's not a true, in the sense, when I said if a documentary has to truly capture, there's a difference between certain level of authenticity and truth. Was it really true they hunted that way? Was it really true that they wore such dresses? Was it really true that when they went to meet their trade post, in awe they bit the gramophone record, which I think this snippet didn't show. So he possibly distorted that because there was a big commercial demand on him, because the sponsor always wanted this film to be shown in all theatre, so he had to really have some kind of a thing. So he created a narrative structure. He had a small plot, flexible, however. He aesthetized the whole thing, the story. Plus, he also, first time, used a documentary filmmaker to use a kind of a film language and film aesthetics. Even the way he shot the film is very impressionistic, not with depth of field, but very glossy, nice, pleasurable. For the image is very pleasurable for viewing and so on. For a black and white film to be done that way in 1922 is such a marvelous thing. More than that, all these films were developed there itself in his field laboratory, which he built, there with the ice blocks. Took equipments there, some of them were cracking up in serious cold. So he had a lot of technical challenges to meet, and the film was developed there, edited there. Every evening after the rushes, were brought and developed, he used to call these people to sit around, not only his crew, the Inuit people who participated or who never participated in that, to come see his rushes and tell him the reactions. It's very, very, very modern, very much progressive kind of filmmaking, And that really helped him to make it more interesting and create a narrative structure, interacting with people who participated in that. And, okay, next one. Time is up. And that's all. Okay. Okay, yeah, I had some more, I think 1 or 2 slides are missing in a way, it's fine. So what I wanted to say was that what kind of camera he used and all that, you can go and look into very old-fashioned cameras. By the in 1922, he had a camera which the newsreel people were using so that he could carry. Still, the tripod weighed 15 kilograms. The camera weighed about 20 kilograms. And it had to be hand cranked and so on, and very difficult to really, especially when he was moving in canoes, to shoot the Nanook. And also there is a costing issue, which is not the case with documentary film. He did some kind of a vague costing. The real names of these people are not the same. So he gave different names. Nanook means in Inuit bear, which is easy for us to really remember. But the person who came and represented himself as Nanook that's not his real name. I just couldn't really remember those names. That's why I put it in the slide. Is that okay? Yeah. Alakrialak was the name of the person. Naila was Alice or Novalinga. Then that second woman, nobody knows. It is common law wives. The family is not real. The story is about a family surviving in the wilderness of ice, hunting seal and walrus and other fishes and foxes, and selling the hide to the nearby trading post. That's a story. You can go and see that. I had asked for 2 hours from Amudan, which didn't happen. So the hunting techniques also an issue. By the time this film was shot, if you see the film, they'll be using, the people will be using harpoons and the very traditional kind of hunting. Amudan, 1 minute. I said, a lot of smiles on your face. But actually, by that time, they started using calibrated rifles. But he wanted to just put the time little back to say this is how the typical Inuit people lived. Is it a misinformation or disinformation or an authenticity about a culture? It's a question for discussion again. You get it? So the documentary film raises such questions of authenticity, truthfulness, and so on and so forth. Was the distortion in favor of telling a story or making things more romantic? All these things, I think, has to be the discussion to follow. So after seeing this, I think all of us must be able to tell what documentary film meant by 1922. Amudan, I think you can really facilitate the thing so that I really duck under you for the time. Thank you.
Thanks, Dr. Sivra. was a former principal in American college, and he was teaching philosophy, sociology,
All kinds
all
of
kinds of anti-national activities.
Yes.
So I thought reading the particular film culture from his perspective, especially from an ethnographic point of view, would have been a better experience for us. That's why immediately we gelled that idea. So, any questions, comments,
And for many people,
anything?
old people, if you ask questions, I can answer because they know better than me. I know. But
ஏதாவது கேள்வி இருந்தா கேட்கலாம்.
சும்மா கேள்வி, even you can ask questions. I mean, in any language you think, in Malayalam,
Any observations?
or Telugu, or English, or Tamil. And he's smiling. What's your question? Yes, please. Yeah.
You use the term, there is a distortion in the last. So,
Yeah.
there is a statement like documentary also has some fiction element because it is not what has been said happened here. So, how do you see it?
Yeah, that's right. See, I said that we all believe that documentary film truly represents some happening. But very often there is a distortion or a selective presentation. Here it's a willful distortions are here because at that point of time, in that space or in that area, people are no more using harpoons to kill seal and walrus. So he had to really stage it. So it's a willful distortion of a fact. At that point of time, that was not happening. But is it of value or not is another question. I would say it's of value. Otherwise, it would have been totally lost. If Flaherty had not gone there, we would not have known how these people were just using harpoons to kill such a 2-ton walrus. So that's very beautifully documented in his film. So he had to stage it, asking them to, fortunately, the Nanook, one who acted as Nanook had not forgotten that old technique which his grandfather was using. So he was not using it, he was using a rifle. And they were not wearing that same type of dress at that point of time in 1921-22. These are all distortions, but still useful distortions. A bit of a stage costume. So he is really, was worried about the costume. He's not taking the actuality. So there is a difference between the actuality and the kind of a truthfulness he's trying to create. He's very authentic about that culture, but still certain things are not true at that point of time. And he puts a family there. 1 man, 2 women, and 2 children. But they are not in fact a family. So that's why I said the element of casting comes in. They are not related to one another. But he was trying to tell a story, which is very important for us to understand. So if you don't narrativize, sometimes even a very important truth cannot be easily understood and communicated across. So there is an artistic freedom he has taken to do that. That's how I say, I'm not saying in any negative sense that he distorted. And also I warned you, what is true for you from your point of view and from your premises is not true from my point of view and my premise. So this is the author's or the director's signature is very important. What you believe has to be true, and what you believe has to be represented as true. Need not be what I think is true. That's what you would see when in communist Russia, when Lenin was such an enthusiast, film enthusiast, and when he promoted film, he said factualities about the socialist culture, the socialist development. So you have, I think the next session you will talk about, that's where there's no romanticization about it. Things come, and as montages, we make a meaning out of these really true montages put in a sequence. Even again, there is a distortion because what you select, what you ignore, what you sequence, all that tells different stories. The same montages I would have used in a different way. So, even a documentary filmmaker cannot escape the element of making a fiction about what he says. So, this is also a good question for people who see the documentary. And that's why I said documentary is interpretation of what is called as real, rather than representation of the real. So as a documentary filmmaker, you interpret in your way, and it's for the audience to further decipher how you interpret it. So it's a big intellectual challenge which documentary films. Any other question? Otherwise we can. Anyone who, some gaps we have left here.
What is the difference between fake and reality?
Sorry?
What is the difference between fake and reality?
Fake and reality.
What is the difference between documentary and fiction?
So it's a never-ending thing, you know. I can fake reality, right? But
Rashomon is the best answer.
sorry?
Rashomon film is the best
Yeah,
answer.
yeah, that's right. So where are you now in postmodern, post-colonial situation? You know, there is a blurring border everywhere, kind of a thing. So it's also a philosophical question of what you. Fake is in fact inauthentic. Suppose the whole thing can be digitally generated. It could be totally a fake thing. Whereas here, I would give 100% mark to Flaherty for his authenticity, not for his for actually representing the reality. He was very authentic about presenting the culture. There's nothing untrue about it, but did that happen at that time is a question. Were they a family is a question. This is how the families are there. The element of fiction is brought in and the plot line was drawn there. So how they starve, the conflict between nature's challenge and the human desire to really live in a place which is very hostile. You know, so fake, I would say, is which is untrue totally. But it's very difficult to really say because when you create illusions, the fake and the what you call as true really blurs border, especially in a visual language. It's what I understand. I don't know whether I answered your question.
No, the thing is fake is equal to fiction. If you compare that way, not
fake need not be a fiction, right? See, for example, you take Battleship Potemkin, which was based on a true story, but the film was totally a fiction. That was not the ship. That was not they were not the soldiers. And that's not the way it all happened, but there is some basis for it, you know. So it is a fiction, which is worth seeing, which tells a story, which tries to place a truth in front of you, how workers are important and what is the working class interest and so on. So fake is totally unreal, which you can have no basis to defend as a fact, right? Here there are so many things which we can defend as fact, but how it is presented is another question. Even in Battleship Potemkin, we can just have the facts about that story, and the fiction part of it we can easily decant. The fact was it happened really that way. There was a mutiny in the ship when they were coming back from the Caspian Sea. It was just before the war, the revolution. So the whole thing was a propagandist fiction. So propagandist fiction can be there, propagandist documentary can be there. What about Triumph, the Hitler's powerful documentary? That came in 1935, 35, right? 36 or 35. So even Lenin thought that films. Yeah, I'm talking about Lenin, how he was interested in, he was the first ever statesman leader to be openly committed to filmmaking. That's why we had the first film institute coming in Moscow, right? Because he thought it will be a very powerful tool for propaganda, for really propagating the socialist ideology.
Yes.
He succeeded in that.
A right note, actually, we can end the session because he's going to talk
you
about
can ring a bell, right?
So it's cinema only. So on the
He's
right
going to
note,
talk.
yeah,
I thought I can talk him up.
So thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you for your patience.
Thank you, Professor. Thank you, Professor. It's always very good to hear about documentary films from from a theoretical point of view. From
You're calling me a theoretician. I take documentary films.
He's a theoretician.
Don't distort facts.
Yeah.
See, he's creating a fake statement.
It's always nice to hear. So thank you very much, Professor. And before we start the next session, I would like to request you to donate to the film festival.
All these are
it's completely a funded festival. You can always contribute, but don't contribute 1 lakh. Contribute less. We can't manage so much money, so you can give us a few thousands, and it will be a great contribution to the professor. You can hear us. Yeah. So you can you can contribute us because it's a completely a self-funded film festival, and we are in a town like Madurai where we have been working for the past almost 30 years. Next year going to 30th year for Marupakkam. So kindly contribute. You can always I can give my GPay account. Please transfer. Please do not transfer a lakh. Please transfer less. So thank you very much. So let me invite Babu from Madurai. He's an artist. He's a designer. He's a poet, writer, critic, and our lovely friend. So I invite him to share about Soviet documentaries, and the shift will be very interesting because because the Flaherty and all, they were making ethnographic documentaries, and they were influencing the whole ethnographic documentary for more than 3-4 decades internationally. But it's nice to completely have a complete shift from the documentary genre to Soviet cinema. Thank you very much, Babu. So Babu will be speaking in Tamil.
Yeah.
So maybe I can ask Professor to translate. Professor to translate.
Students நிறைய வருவாங்க நாங்க நினைச்சோம் சார்.
So I think friends can follow Tamil.
அது சொல்லிரு.
And
the terms எல்லாம் சொல்லிரு. Terms எல்லாம்
no,
சொல்லிரு.
you have to translate.
சார் நான் ரொம்ப பேச போறது சார்.
So thank you very much. No, yeah. You take a break, sir. Take a break and you can always translate.
Just summarize that.
Yes, sir. Whenever Babu permits. Yes. Thank you, sir. Thank you. Thank you, Babu. You can also show films if you want. We have a copy of your Soviet cinema.
Friends. Okay. Okay. இப்போ சார் சொல்லி முடித்ததுக்கு அடுத்த ஸ்பேஸில் வந்து நான் வெறும் ரஷ்யன் சினிமா இதில் வந்து பேசிக்காக டாக்குமெண்ட்ரி எப்படி இதாச்சு அப்படிங்கிற பற்றி பேசலான்னு முடிவு பண்ணேன். அதில் ஃபஸ்ட்டு வந்து 1896 வந்து லூமியர் அவங்களோட அந்த ட்ரெயின் அந்த இதை போட்ட அடுத்த மாதமே அவர் பேர் ஹேமில் ஷெர்ஃபுங்கிற ஒரு பெல்ஜியன் கேமராமேன் தான் வந்து இவருக்கு ஒர்க் பண்ணியிருக்கிறார். அவர் வந்து அந்த கார்னேஷன் ஆஃப் அந்த பேர் நிக்கோலஸ் டூவை பண்ணுறாரு. ஸோ சார் அது வந்து ஏதோ ராங், இது வந்து அது வந்து லூமியர் மாதிரி இருக்குது.
I think there is some mistake.
சார் அது வந்து ஹேமில் ஷெர்ஃபுங்கிற இதுதான் அவர் நிக்கோலஸ் டூன்ற இதை எடுத்துருக்கிறாரு. அதே மாதிரி இப்போ நம்ம வந்து ஒரு காலனி ஆதிக்கத்துக்கு எதிராக காலனிஸ்டுக்கு எதிராக மாறாக வந்து வெளியில் வந்திருக்கோம். அவங்க வந்து முழுக்க சிவில் வாரில் இருந்து தான் வராங்க. ஸோ அந்த சிவில் வார் நடந்துட்டு இருக்கிற சமயம் ஒரு சைலண்ட் ஃபிலிமரா அண்டு சவுண்ட் ஃபிலிமரா ரெண்டுலேயுமே அந்த டாக்குமெண்ட்ரி அந்த விஷயங்கள் தொடர்ந்து நடந்து வந்துகிட்டே இருக்குது. இதில் ரஷ்யன் டாக்குமெண்ட்ரி, ரஷ்யன் வந்து ஒரு கதைப்படம், அது நரேட்டிவ், இதில் ரெண்டுலேயுமே வந்து முக்கியமாக டெக்னிக் தான். அவங்களோட டெக்னிக்ஸ் வந்து கடுமையாக வந்து ஒவ்வொன்றையும் தியரைஸ் பண்ணி பண்ணுறாங்க. முதல்ல வந்து ஒரு மாண்டேஜ் தியரி அப்படின்னு சொல்லிட்டோம்னா ஐசன்ஸ்டைன்லேருந்து ஆரம்பித்து ஒன்று பண்ணுறோம். அதே மாதிரி பார்த்திங்கன்னா தவிஷங்கோ அவருமே வந்து மாண்டேஜில் ஒரு 5 மாண்டேஜ் பற்றி சொல்கிறாரு. அதுக்கடுத்து நம்ம அடுத்து பார்க்க போகிற படம் மேன் வித் மூவி கேமராவோட வெர்த்தோ வந்து சொல்கிற விஷயம் இது வந்து கினோ ஐ அப்படின்ற கினோங்கிற ஒரு கருத்தாக்கம் ஒரு இது. சார் நான் இது முடிய சொன்னதை கொஞ்சம் அவங்களுக்கு வெளியே சொல்லிட்டு okay.
Yes, supplement or compliment when I say something like that. So Babu says that the shift when it comes to Russian filmmaking is in terms of techniques.
Yes.
Right? And we said the names, you know, you mentioned about his...
Nicholas. Hemil Scherf.
ML Sheffield. He's the one.
He's a Belgian filmmaker.
Belgian
Sorry,
filmmaker. Cameraman who took the film, which I wrongly mentioned as Lumiere's film, when it came to the coronation of Nicholas. Okay, that's one point which he wanted to clarify. Thank you for that. I'm sorry about it. The second thing is that he talked about Eisenstein. These are all big names. I think for young people, they might have known, or I don't know. Eisenstein is a big film theorist, especially the theory of montage was from him, and also another one whom you mentioned is
Taushenko.
Who?
Taushenko.
Taushenko. These are the people who were associated with the Moscow Filmmaking Institute, if I'm right.
Yes.
Okay. They propounded a theory. They always started from a theory before they came into the practice. And one of the very powerful narrative technique is the montage, which later, I think, other things. Okay. So stop me when I talk too much.
அதான் வெர்த்தோ முதல்ல தன்னோட கினோ ஐங்கிற கான்செப்டுக்கு வர்றதுக்கு முன்னாடி ஒரு 23 ஃபிலிம் சின்ன சின்ன இதையாக மாண்டேஜ் பண்ணி கினோ ப்ராவ்தாவில் வெளியிடுறாரு சார். அதுக்கு அடுத்து தான் அந்த கினோ அப்படின்னா கினோ ஐ அப்படின்னா அவர் என்ன சொல்கிறார், அதை வந்து நான் ஒரு மூணு மீனிங் சொல்லலாம் சார். அதுக்கையும் தாண்டி இருக்குது. கினோனா சினிமா கண் ஒன்று. செகண்ட் ஐ அவர் என்ன சொல்கிறாருன்னா, அந்த ஐ வந்து மெக்கானிக்கல் ஐ அப்படிங்கிறார்.
ஓகே.
மெக்கானிக்கல் ஐங்கிறது நம்ம கண்ணுக்கு நிறைய பாரபட்சம் காட்டக்கூடிய நிறைய விஷயங்களை எடுத்துக்கும். ஆனால் மெக்கானிக்கல் ஐ அப்படி இல்லை அப்படிங்கிறார் சார்.
ஓகே. Only two you say, no? One is the real eye, which
kino eye,
and kino eye. Kino eye is the mechanical eye. Possibly he meant that to be the lens,
cinema eye,
or cinema eye. He says, according to the theorist, Verto's filmmaking. Verto, the mechanical eye is not biased, and it is fair enough to present things as it is, unlike the human eye. Am I right?
Yes.
Okay. I'll stand here then. We are going to call, or okay, if you feel uncomfortable calling me, it's fine.
அதாவது அந்த கினோ ஐ அது மூலமாக என்ன அப்படின்னா, ஏற்கனவே இருக்கும் வளமையான சோர்வடைய செய்யும் கதை சொல்லல் அல்லது அதை தாண்டிய விவரத்தில் யுக்தியை முடிவுக்கு கொண்டு வருவது கினோ ஐயின் நோக்கம் என்கிறார். அப்படியே சொல்லிடுங்க சார் நீங்கள்.
அப்படியா? திருப்பி சொல்லுங்க.
ஏற்கனவே இருக்கும் வளமையான சோர்வடைய செய்யும் கதை சொல்லல் அல்லது அதை தாண்டிய விவரித்தல் யுக்தியை முடிவுக்கு கொண்டு வருவதே கினோ ஐயின் நோக்கம்.
So you say that the fatigue and disinterest caused by storytelling or the normal narrative is in fact taken
cliched story.
The cliched way of talking and cliched way of telling stories is in fact counted by the kino eye. You know, that's what you say.
Yes.
Right.
அதே சார் இன்னொரு வரி சார். அந்த மேஜிக்கல் ஐ அப்படி மூலமாக நம்ம படம் எடுக்கிறோம்னா சிக்கலான நகர்வுகளை ஈஸியாக ஹேண்டில் பண்ண முடியும்னு சொல்கிறார். ஒரு மாதிரி காம்ப்ளெக்சிட்டி உள்ள இருக்கிற விஷயங்களை ஈஸியாக டீல் பண்ணலாம் அப்படின்னு.
So what normal eye cannot do that, right?
அது ஆகாது அப்படிங்கிறது. அந்த
So he says that the mechanical eye is quite capable of capturing or rather comprehending a complex reality.
அதாவது அது ஆக்சுவலி லார்ஜ்லி டிஸ்மிஸ்ட் ஃபாஸ்ட் கட்டிங் செல்ஃப் ரெஃப்ளெக்டிவிட்டின்ற ஒரு இது இருக்குது சார், டேர்ம்ஸ் இருக்குது சார். அதெல்லாம் அது கூடாது அப்படிங்கிறாரு. அதெல்லாம் தாண்டினா தான் நம்ம வந்து கினோ ஐ மூலமாக சில விஷயங்களை சொல்ல முடியும் அப்படிங்கிறாரு. அதாவது ஃபாஸ்ட் கட்டிங் அண்ட் செல்ஃப் ரெஃப்ளெக்டிவிட்டின்னு இருக்குது சார். நம்மளோட மித்தவங்களுக்குலாம் சொல்லிடுங்க சார், அது தெரிஞ்சிடும்.
Fast
cutting, sir. That's a method, sir.
Okay, cutting, you mean the editing. Okay, yeah, right. That's right. I was really wondering something else with this. So when it comes to this montage way of making films, right? Making film, the fast cutting really is related to reflexivity.
No. Yes.
Yeah, I think you can explain it also to them. Yeah.
ஆமாம், அது அப்புறம் இன்னொன்று என்ன அப்படின்னா, நீங்கள் சிவில் வார் அப்போ வந்து என்ன பிரச்சனை நடக்குது அப்படின்னா, அதாவது ரொம்ப எசென்சியலான சினிமா மேக்கிங்கில் இருக்கிற தயாரிப்பு, விநியோகம், காட்சிப்படுத்தல் இருக்குல்ல சார், அந்த ப்ரொடக்ஷன், அப்புறம் என்ன சார், டிஸ்ட்ரிபியூஷன், எக்ஸிபிஷன், இந்த மூணுமே அங்கே நடக்கலை சார் ரொம்ப வருஷமாக.
And Babu is talking about a historical situation, that is the civil war that happened in Russia then, which in fact broke down the production, distribution and the screening possibilities in Russia at that time. So it was something of a stalemate or the stagnation that happened in filmmaking.
அதனால எல்லா ஊரும் மாதிரி அங்கே ஹாலிவுட் ஃபிலிம் தான் நிறைய ஓட முடிஞ்சது.
So the Hollywood film had that invasion. Hollywood film took over. That happened all over Europe, I think in 1990.
அப்புறம் இது வருது, நம்மளோட கவர்மெண்ட் ஃபார்ம் ஆகுது. கவர்மெண்ட் ஃபார்ம் ஆனது முதல்லயே லெனின் வந்து அதை கரெக்டாக கண்டுபிடிச்சிடுறாரு. எல்லா கலைகளிலும் நமக்கு சினிமா தான் முக்கியம்னு ஒரு இதை சொல்லிடுறாரு. அவங்க ஒரு கமிசாரி மாதிரி ஒரு இதை ஃபார்ம் பண்ணுறாங்க. அதில் என்னென்ன படங்கள் எடுக்கணும், என்னென்ன செய்யணும்னு ஒரு இதை 4 பேரை நியமிக்கிறாங்க. அதில் வெர்த்தோ வந்து இது பண்ணும்போது அவங்களுக்கு ஏற்கனவே இந்த மாதிரியான சினிமா முறைகள் இதை வச்சு ஒரு நிறைய ஐடியா வந்துடுது. சரிங்களா? அது ஒரு ப்ரொபகண்டா ஃபிலிமாக இருந்தால் கூட அதில் அந்த ப்ரொபகண்டா வந்து வெறுமனா ப்ரொபகண்டா இருக்கக்கூடாதுங்கிறது தான் வெர்த்தோட விஷயமாகவும் இருக்குது.
ஓகே. So he says that after the formation of the Soviet government, that was after the October Revolution, Lenin was very conscious that film should be part of the state propaganda machinery. So he appointed a commission of 4 members, and Vetro became one of the members in that. I'm sorry about it. It's okay. No problem. So Vetro became a member in that, and Babu says that Vetro, though he understood that to be a propaganda machinery which Lenin was creating, he was very particular and very conscious and very committed to the technical part of filmmaking and the kind of technical freedom which filmmaking really demanded. Am I right?
Yes.
Yeah.
அதுதான், அதாவது கினோ ஐனால இன்அக்சசிபிள் டு த ஹியூமன் ஐ அப்படிங்கிற ஒரு வேர்டுக்கு வராரு.
He says that,
that's a
Kino eye is not accessible to human eye. But I think, can you explain that a little bit?
Okay. அது மூலமாக வந்து அவர் வெறுமனே இருக்கிற பிரச்சார யுக்திகளை வந்து விட்டுட்டு படம் எடுக்கிறது, அதை காட்டுறது அப்படின்னாரு. இதில் இன்னொன்று நம்ம சொல்லி ஆகணும் சார், அங்கே அந்த நேரத்தில் வர்ற கதைப்படங்களும் இதுவும் ஒரே மாதிரி தான் சார் இருக்குது. மாண்டாஜும் சரி, எல்லாமும் சரி. அதே மாதிரி இதில் இந்த படத்தில் நான் விடுபட்ட ஒரு விஷயமா பார்க்குறேன். அது தனி ஒரு ஜானர் மாதிரி தான் தெரியுது. அப்ராம் ரூமோட ரூம் அண்ட் சோஃபான்னு ஒரு படம், ஹால் அண்ட் சோஃபானோ அப்படி ஒரு படம் இருக்குது. அதுதான் அவங்களோட இதில் ஒரு முக்கியமான படமாக இருக்குது சார். அதை மட்டும் சொல்லுங்க. அவங்களுக்கு தெரியும், ரஷ்யன் ஃபிலிம், அதே பீரியடில் 30
ஓகே.
அப்ராம் ரூம், அது ஒரு நல்ல கதை சார். அதாவது ஒரு பொண்ணு வந்து 2 இவங்களோட வாழ்கிற மாதிரி ஒரு கதை இருக்குது சார். அதில் வந்து அவங்க அந்த இஷ்யூ வந்துடும். அதில் வந்து அந்த கேரிங் உமன் வந்து இது வந்து எனக்கு பிறந்த குழந்தையாலும் 2 பேருமே சஸ்பெக்ட் பண்ணுவாங்க. ஏன்னா இந்த விஷயத்தை அந்த பீரியட்லேயே மித்தவங்க பண்ணிகிட்டு இருந்ததுக்கும் இந்த அப்ராம் ரூம் பண்ணுறதுக்கும் நிறைய வித்தியாசம் இருக்குது.
Okay. Babu says that there are so many things common between what was then the documentary film and the narrative film, and he mentioned about one particular film by
Abram Room, director Abram Room,
is that right? Abram Room, which came out with a very peculiar, very strange story of 2 women living with one man. One woman living with 2 men. Sorry, one woman living with 2 men, and then she conceives, and the issues that the parentage and all that stuff. So that came up very as a kind of a revolutionary way of telling or an idea which was hitherto not.
Okay, இதான் என்னோட கினோ ஐங்கிற விஷயம் தான்.
I think Babu, you're right. Kino eye, and how do you relate that? I'm sorry, I'm raising the question so that you may clarify that. Kino eye and montage, how do you really try to bring the relationship? So that if you
நாட் ஒன்லி கினோ ஐ வந்து இது மட்டும் இல்லை சார், மாண்டேஜ் சம்மந்தப்பட்டும் இல்லை. அந்த கினோ ஐ அப்படின்னாலே அதை வச்சு அவர் ஈஸியாக போயிட முடியும் அப்படின்னு சொல்கிறாரு. அந்த மெக்கானிக்கல் இது இல்லாமல் போயிட முடியும். அதாவது ஒரு ஹியூமன் இதுக்கு வந்து கண்ணுக்கு வந்து ஒரு சார்பு இருக்குன்னு சொல்கிறாரு சார். அதை மீறிடலாம் அப்படின்றது தான் முக்கியமான விஷயமா இருக்குது.
ஓகே.
ஓகே அந்த படம் பார்க்கலாம் சார், அந்த படம் பார்த்து
Yeah,
பேசலாம்.
that's right. Yeah, fine. So you're going to show the whole thing, right?
எஸ், அது கொஞ்சம் லென்த்தியாக இருக்கும்.
So we'll wind the session. We'll go for lunch now. And questions, Babu?
ஏன்னா இதை பற்றி சொல்லலை படத்தில்
Does not take any questions. Do you have any questions? Do you have any questions? Yes. Few questions.
சரி, டாபிக் வந்து சோவியட் சினிமா ஆக்சுவலாக சோவியட் டாக்குமெண்ட்ரி பற்றி அப்படியா?
ஏர்லி டாக்குமெண்ட்ரிஸ் தான் பற்றி பேசணும். ஏர்லி டாக்குமெண்ட்ரிஸ்லேயும் நான் வந்து ரொம்ப ஃபோக்கஸ் பண்ணுறது பெர்த்தோ பற்றி தான். ஆமாம், அதனால் ஆக்சுவலி 4-5 பேர் இருக்காங்க. 4-5 பேர் டாக்குமெண்ட் இந்த தௌஷங்கோ எல்லாமே இருக்குது. பெரும்பாலும் அது வந்து லெனின் பற்றின ஒரு 3 இது இருக்குது. அது மாதிரியான ரொம்ப ஒரு ப்ரொபகண்டா இதாக இருக்குது. அதனால் நாங்கள் இதை எடுத்துகிட்டு கொஞ்சம் பேசலாம் அப்படின்னு முடிவு பண்ணுறாரு. இது முன்னாடி யாரும் பேசியிருந்தாங்கன்னா அவங்களும் சொல்லலாம் அந்த படத்தை பற்றி. ஜார்ஜ் குட்டி சார், நீங்கள் எதாவது சொல்லலாமா?
This is a very different kind of an experience, seeing a film which is mortgage of images.
ஆமாம் சார், அது பீரியட் தான் முக்கியம் சார். இல்லை எனக்கு என்னென்ன சார், இதெல்லாம் பார்த்த பிறகும் இப்போ இருக்கிற டாக்குமெண்ட்ரி ஒருத்தரை போக விட்டு பின்னாடியே எடுத்துக்கிட்டே இருக்குது சார். எல்லா படத்துலையும் அதை வந்து எடுத்துடுறாங்க. அது எதுக்குன்னே தெரிய மாட்டேங்குது. ஒருத்தர் மெல்ல போக விட்டு பின்னாடி கேமரா நின்றுக்கிட்டே இருக்கும், இல்லை போய்கிட்டே இருக்குது. நம்ம இவ்வளவு எல்லாம் முடிஞ்சு போன பிறகு நமக்கு இன்னும் தமிழில் வந்து இந்த சில ஸ்டைல்ஸ் வரமாட்டேங்குதுங்கிற மாதிரி கஷ்டம். ஓகே சார், முடிச்சுக்கலாம் சார். 2 o'clock.
hello. கொடுக்கணுமா? ஆமாம், அதையும் மாட்டி விடுறோம். மைக் மாட்டிக்கணுமா? மாட்டிக்கலாமா? சரி.
Sentiamo un po' cosa sanno dirmi questi malandrini. Senti, tu sai dirmi come nascono i bambini, lo sai dire? Se me lo dici bene, guarda, ti faccio un bel regalo. Dillo.
நண்பர்களே, வெளியில் இருக்கிற நண்பர்கள் தயவுசெய்து உள்ள வருமாறு கேட்டுக்கொள்கிறோம். வெளியில் இருக்கிறவங்களை வர சொல்லுங்க, டைம் ஆகுது. வெளியில் காத்திருக்கும் நண்பர்கள் தயவுசெய்து வாங்க வாங்க, டைம் ஆச்சு, வாங்க வாங்க வா. கொஞ்சம் வெளியில் இருக்கிற மாணவிகள் கொஞ்சம் உள்ள வாங்க, நேரமாச்சு. என்னமாச்சு, ஏன் வரமாட்டேங்கிறீங்க? அன்பு கூர்ந்து மாணவர்கள் உள்ளே வருமாறு கேட்டுக்கொள்கிறோம். நண்பர்களே, இந்த அமர்வில் 4 பகிர்வுகள் நடக்கவிருக்கின்றன. இந்த அமர்வை ஒருங்கிணைக்குமாறு let me invite Santosh Kumar to moderate the session. We have 4 people sharing their thoughts about 4 different kinds of filmmaking and genres. To start with, let me invite Santosh Kumar to introduce the speaker and go for the session. Yeah, thanks a lot.
Hi, good afternoon. Okay. So, good afternoon. As he said, there are 4 sessions, and the first one is actually by Mr. Mohammed Safi. He is a clinical psychologist from Kambam, but he grew up with film society movement in Chennai, and so he's a film buff. And he will be speaking the film Love Meetings by Paulo Pasolini, and also speaking about it.
நண்பர்களுக்கு வணக்கம். கிட்டத்தட்ட ஃபர்ஸ்ட் ஆஃப் ஆல் ஐ ஹலோ கேட்குதா? இல்லை வரமாட்டேன் இருக்கா? வரமாட்டேன். நண்பர் அமுதனுக்கு முதற்கண் நன்றியை தெரிவிக்கலாம். 25 வருஷம் ஒரு பெரிய லாங் பிரசிடென்ஸ் அவருக்கு நன்றியை தெரிவிக்கணும். அடுத்து ஒரு முக்கியமான வரவேற்க வேண்டிய ஒரு பர்சனாலிட்டி வந்து மிஸ்டர் ஜார்ஜ் ஃபிலிம் சொசைட்டி மூமெண்ட்டில் ஈடுபட்டு அதை குறித்து படிக்க நினைச்சவங்க அவர் வேணா வெரி சீரியஸ் ஃபிலிம்ஸ் ஜேர்னி டீப் ஃபோக்கஸ் ஃபார் மோர் தென் 10 years. நிறையா ஃபிலிம்ஸ் பற்றி நிறையா விஷயம் தெரிஞ்சுக்கிட்ட ஒரு விஷயம். அப்புறம் இன்னொரு முக்கிய விஷயம், ஐ மெட் இன் 2000 கேலிக்கட்டில் தான் பார்த்தேன். இந்த படம் ஸ்க்ரீன் பண்ணுறப்ப சலச்சித்ரா மூமெண்ட்டும் கேரளா ஃபிலிம் சொசைட்டி நடத்தின பசோல் ரெட்ரோஸ்பெக்டிவ் தான் ஐ மெட் இன் வேர் ஐ வாட் சம் பேக் இஷ்யூஸ் ஆஃப் டீப் ஃபோக்கஸ் ஆல்சோ. இது பின்னாடி. ஸோ ஐ ஹவ் டு தேங்க் யூ போத் அமுதனுக்கும் ஜார்ஜ் குட்டி. இப்போ இந்த மார்னிங் செஷன் ஃபுல்லாக ஹிஸ்ட்ரி ஆஃப் டாக்குமெண்ட்ரி வந்தாச்சு. இப்போ ரியல் டாக்குமெண்ட்ரிக்குள்ளே உள்ளே போக போகிறோம்னு வச்சுக்கோங்களேன். ஒரு நல்ல nice coincidence also. Last year I spoke on a documentary related with psychiatric deviancy. இந்த படம் வந்து இன்னைக்கு லவ் மீட்டிங்ஸ் வந்து இட்ஸ் வாட் கன்ஸ்டியூட்ஸ் நார்மல்ஸ். 2 ஸ்பெக்ட்ரம், ஒரு பைத்தியகாரத்திற்கும் நார்மலுக்கும் இடைப்பட்ட 2 ஸ்பெக்ட்ரத்துக்கு இடையில் ஆகும். பசோலினி நிறைய ஃபிலிம்ல மூமெண்ட்டுக்கு வளர்ந்த பசங்களுக்கு நிறைய தெரியும். டிசிகாவோட பைசைக்கிள் தீவ்ஸ் தெரியும். அதோட சத்யஜித் மேலே அந்த பைசைக்கிள் தீவ்ஸோட இன்ஃப்ளூயன்ஸ் தெரியும். ரோசலினியோட ரோமோ பிரின்சிட்டி பற்றி பார்த்துருப்பீங்க. விஸ்காண்டியோட ஃபில்மு, அப்புறம் அதர் கிரேட் ஃபில்ம் மேக்கர்ஸ் ஃபில்மியோட லாஸ்டாக எல்லாருமே பார்த்துருப்பாங்க. அண்டோனியோட ப்ளோ, இது மாதிரி நிறைய ஃபில்ம் ஃபியூச்சர் ஃபில்மான மாதிரி வரும். ஆனால் பசோலினியை வந்து வேறு ஒரு பசோலினி அதுக்கு ரொம்ப இந்த கிளாஸிஃபிகேஷன் கூட வரமாட்டேன். கொஞ்சம் இந்த ஃபிலிம் ஒன்றுக்குள்ள பார்த்தீங்கன்னா ஃபஸ்ட் ஃபிலிம் ஆல்மோஸ்ட் மேட் மோர் தென் 20 ஃபிலிம்ஸ். 61 எடுக்கிறாரு, 75 டை. ரொம்ப வெரி சொற்ப வயசு தான், 50+. அதோட டை. ஸோ he differed on the I usually remember his quotes, Pasolini quotes. There are 3 heroes which shaped my thought. First, Jesus Christ. Second, Karl Marx. Third, Sigmund Freud. These are the 3 heroes which shaped my perception, value, everything. After that. ஹலோ, வரமாட்டி இல்லையா? So apart from these 3 heroes, Marx, Jesus and Freud, then another big hero which shapes my mental makeup, which is reality. ஸோ ரொம்ப கலவையாக இருக்கும். அவரோட ஃபில்ம் அவர் பார்த்தீங்கன்னா பயங்கரமாக இருக்கும். ஹீ மேட் அ ஃபில்ம் ஆன் பேலஸ்டீன் ஆல்சோ. அது இந்த இப்போ உள்ள கான்ஃப்ளிக்டில் ட்ரூ டீச்சிங் ஆஃப் கிரைஸ்ட் வந்து இருக்கா இல்லையான்னு சொல்லிவிட்டு ஒரு 20 மினிட்ஸ்க்கு ஒரு ஹண்டிங் லொக்கேஷன் இன் பேலஸ்டீன் வந்து ஒரு ஃபில்முக்காக ஹீ கோஸ். அப்புறம் அது ரொம்ப ஹீ பிகேம் மோர் செட்டில்டு. ரொம்ப அவர் நினச்ச ஒரு சிம்பிளான ஒரு ஹம்பிளான இடமா இல்லை ஜெருசலேம் வந்து. ஸோ அதுக்கடுத்த படம் ஒன்று காஸ்பல் அக்கார்டிங் டு மேத்யூன்னு ஒரு ஃபில்ம் பண்ணுறாரு. இப்படி போயிட்டு இருக்கப்போ திடீர்னு 64 ஹீ மேட் அ ஃபில்ம் ஆன் லவ் மீட்டிங்ஸ். ஸோ அதில் பார்த்தீங்கன்னா ரொம்ப இன்ட்ரெஸ்டிங் கொஷின். ஹீ மேட் அ வெரி செக்ஷுவல் சர்வே ஃப்ரம் என்டையர் இட்டாலி. ரொம்ப பேசிக்ஸ் தான். இப்போ வந்து இது வந்து அதுக்கு முன்னால் என்ன சொன்னார், யூ ஹேவ் டு லொக்கேட் த ஃபில்ம் வாஸ் மேட் இன் 64. வாட் ரெலவன்ஸ், கான்டெம்பரரி ரெலவன்ஸ் இட் கேஸ் இன் கான்டெம்பரரி சொசைட்டி. அவங்க ரொம்ப ஸ்பெசிஃபிக்காக அதை எக்ஸ்பிளைன் பண்ணுங்க அப்படின்ட்டு. ஸோ படமே இட்டாலி. இப்போ ரீசெண்டாக வந்து ஒரு நியூஸ் மச் ஆன் தி ஃபேஸ்புக். அங்கே ஃப்ரான்சிஸ் போப் வந்து இஸ் வெரி மச் ஒரிட் அபவுட் priests and nuns are watching pornography, which is very much against social order. இது வந்து ஒரு பெரிய இப்போ ரீசெண்டாக நீங்கள் படிச்சிருப்பீங்க, இன்டர்நெட்டில் பிரிண்ட் மீடியாலெலாம் படிச்சிருப்பீங்க. ஸோ அந்த கல்ச்சரை விட்டுருக்கு. நம்ம இதிலே பார்த்தீங்கன்னா நிறையா இருக்கும். நம்ம அது முக்கியமாக எங்கள் தமிழ் ஃபிலிம்ஸோ சரி, விச் ஆல்வேஸ் வாட் இஸ் ரியல், வாட் இஸ் மேல், வாட் இஸ் லவ், வாட் இஸ் லஸ்ட், வாட் இஸ் manliness, what is womanliness. These are the basic questions we always ask. We trying to answer it. ஸோ இந்த படத்தில் வந்து பார்த்தீங்கன்னா ஒரு கிட்டத்தட்ட இந்த டாக்குமெண்ட்ரி வந்து it divides up many sessions. ஃபஸ்ட்டு வந்து இட் ஸ்டார்ட்ஸ் வித் சின்ன பசங்கிட்ட ஆரம்பிப்பாங்க. வேர் டூ பேபிஸ் கம் ஃப்ரம்? வெரி இட் சீம்ஸ் இன்னசென்ட் கொஷின்ஸ். அதுக்கு நிறைய பதில் சொல்லுவாங்க பசங்க. ஒரு பிளாங்கெட் கடியிலேருந்து ஒரு திடீர்னு ஒரு குழந்தை வரும், ஒரு புறா வந்து ஒரு பையனை வந்து தூக்கி போடும். ஸோ இது அதுலேருந்து அப்படியே கொஞ்சம் கொஞ்சமாக போகும். ரொம்ப இட் கோஸ் டு தி காம்ப்ளிகேட்டட் இது. ஸோ வாட் இஸ் நிறைய செக்ஸ் ஒர்க்கர்ஸை பற்றி நீங்கள் என்ன நினைக்கிறீங்க? முதல்ல இந்த சர்வே பண்ணலாமா பண்ணக்கூடாதா அப்படிங்கிற மாதிரி உள்ளே போகும் பேசிக்கலாக. அப்புறம் இன்னொரு அடுத்த செக்ஷன் பார்த்தீங்கன்னா இட்ஸ் டீல்ஸ் வித் டிவியன்சி, ஹோமோசெக்சுவாலிட்டி பற்றி நீங்கள் என்ன நினைக்கிறீங்க? வெதர் மேரேஜ் as a institution which solves any sexual problems. அடுத்து வந்து செக்ஸ் ஒர்க்கர்ஸ் பற்றி என்ன நினைக்கிறீங்க? செக்ஸ் ஒர்க்கர்ஸ் வந்து தே ஆர் அக்செப்டபிள் ஆர் நாட்? செக்ஸ் ஒர்க்கர்ஸுங்கிறது வெதர் இட் ஷுட் பி ஸ்டேட் ரன், பிராத்தல் ஹவுஸை வந்து கவர்மெண்ட்டே நடத்தலாமா, விச் கேன் ரெடியூஸ் தி எனி செக்ஷுவல் க்ரைம்ஸ். இதெல்லாம் ரொம்ப இன்றைக்கும் கான்டெம்பரரி இதுதான். இப்போ சமீபத்தில் நீங்கள் பேப்பரில் தமிழ்நாட்டில் பார்த்துருப்பீங்க, ஒரு கும்பகோணத்தில் வந்து ஏதோ ஒரு சித்த மருத்துவர் வந்து ஹீ கில் 2 adolescents. பார்த்தீங்கன்னா ஹோமோசெக்சுவல் பார்ட்னர்ஸ். அது மாதிரி கிட்டத்தட்ட போக்சோ வந்து நிறைய வந்துட்டு எவ்ரிடே நீங்கள் இஃப் யூ கோ த்ரூ த பேப்பர் போக்சோ வந்து ரொம்ப இதாக இருக்கும். ஸோ இதெல்லாம் எப்படி அட்ரஸ் பண்ண போகிறோம்? இப்போ ரொம்ப நீங்கள் பார்த்தீங்கன்னா திடீர்னு தமிழ் ஃபிலிம்ஸில் இப்போ நிறையா ஃபில்ம் வந்துருக்கு. இப்போ இருகப்பட்டுன்னு எடுத்து ஒரு ஃபில்ம் வந்துருக்கு இல்லையா, இருகப்பட்டுன்னு. அது என்ன பேசுது? நட்சத்திரங்கள் நகருகிறதுன்னு ஒரு ஃபில்ம் வந்துச்சு, அது என்ன பேசுது? திடீர்னு ஒரு 96 ஃபில்ம், திடீர்னு ஒரு பாப்புலர் ஃபில்ம், திடீர்னு வந்து எந்த பிளட்டானிக் லவ், நோ ஃபிசிக்கல் ரிலேஷன்ஷிப்பு, அது பெரிய பாக்ஸ் ஆஃபீஸ் ஹிட்டு. அதே சமயத்தில் விண்ணை தாண்டி வருவாயின்னு ஒரு படம் வருது. அதில் வந்து தி பாய் லுக்ஸ் ஃபார் எவ்ரி ஆப்பர்ச்சுனிட்டி டு டச் இஸ் பார்ட்னர். ஸோ இதெல்லாம் எப்படி இவ்வளோ வெரி ஸ்பெக்ட்ரம் ஆஃப் ரெஸ்பான்சஸ்? இதெல்லாம் வந்து 64லேயே இது போயிட்டு அட்ரஸ் திஸ் கொஷின். இதில் முக்கியமாக என்னென்னா 2 பேர். ஸோ எல்லாத்தையும் கேள்வி கேட்டு யூ கேன் சி லாட் ஆஃப் ஃபேஸஸ், நிறையா நல்லா இன்ட்ரெஸ்டிங்காக பண்ணியிருப்பாங்க. இது வந்து மோனோட்டானஸாக இருக்குது, ரொம்ப ஃபாஸ்ட் கட்டி இட்ஸ் ரொம்ப இன்ட்ரெஸ்டிங்காக இருக்கும் படம் ஃபில்மு. இதெல்லாம் கேள்வி கேட்டு 2 பேர்கிட்ட போகும். ஆல்பர்ட்டோ மொராவியன்னு ஒரு பெரிய இட்டாலியன் ரைட்டர், விமன் ஆஃப் ரோம், 2 adolescents எழுதியிருப்பார். அப்புறம் இன்னொருத்தர் முசாட்டிங்கிற ஒரு சைக்கானலிஸ்ட். சைக்காட்ரிஸ்ட் வந்து குவைட் டிஃப்ரெண்ட் ஃப்ரம் சைக்கானலிஸ்ட். இதெல்லாம் ஏன் வந்து அவர் வந்து பாதி பேர் நிறைய பேர் ரெஸ்பாண்ட் பண்ண மாட்டாங்க. தீஸ் ஆர் த டேபூட் கொஷன், ஒய் ஷுட் பி ஆன்சர். இதெல்லாம் வந்து தேவை கிடையாது, இது இன்டீசென்ட்டான விஷயம் அப்படிங்கிற மாதிரி நிறைய பேர். ஸோ இதை வந்து அவர்கிட்ட கேட்பாங்க, மொராவியிட்ட கேட்டால் வந்து ஏன் இந்த மாதிரி விஷயங்களை வந்து பேச பயப்படுறோம்? வெதர் இட்ஸ் a form of social conformism, மற்றவங்களுக்காக we always want to talk but we hide, we deny our instinct. So ஏன் இந்த fear? Why don't we confront our own self? ரொம்ப ப்ரோபிங்கான கொஷின்ஸ். ஸோ லக்கிலி கேர்ள்ஸ் ஆர் த, இல்லாட்டா எங்களுக்குள்ளே நாங்களே உட்காந்து பேசினா நல்லா இருக்காது. நீங்கள் படம் பார்க்குறங்க பேசுவோம், தேட்ஸ் லாட் ஆஃப் ஸ்கோப். சரியா? தேங்க்யூ. படம் போடலாம்.
Sentiamo un po' cosa sanno dirmi questi malandrini. Senti, tu sai dirmi come nascono i bambini, lo sai dire? Se me lo dici bene, guarda, ti faccio un bel regalo. Dillo.
Dalla pancia.
Come dalla pancia?
Dalla pancia lo fiore. La lavatrice porta i fiori dalla borsa.
Come?
La lavatrice. Ma questo non
La levatrice. Dimmelo tu, Salvatore, dimmelo tu.
Che ha già detto?
Come nascono i figli?
La lavatrice. Dalla borsa. Da un fiore.
Senti, Guagliolo, come nascono i bambini, lo sai? Come sei nato tu, non lo sai? Non lo sai?
Zia mia. Zia mia. Zia che...
Uno zio tuo? Sei nato che hai portato uno zio?
A me va a portare la cicogna.
Ti ho portato la cicogna. E tu come sei nato?
Sono a getto e cubetto.
Sentite, vediamo un po' chi di voi tre sa dirmi come voi siete nati, come nascono i bambini, chi me lo sa dire? Tu lo sai dire? Non lo sai dire? E tu Matteo lo sai come sono nati i bambini? E tu? Neanche tu. E tu? Vieni qui. Tu non lo sai, non lo sai. Non sono nati sotto i fiori, sotto i cavoli, non le portate la cicogna, no? No. E allora come sono nati? Come sono nati i piscerini? I ragazzi di Palermo. Come nascono i bambini?
Non lo so.
Non lo sai? Tu lo sai?
Io no.
Dillo tu, dillo tu. Tu lo sai come nascono i bambini? No?
Per me nascono la cicogna alle bambine.
E chi glieli dà la cicogna?
Gesù.
Allora la cicogna va da Gesù. Gesù le affida il bambino, la cicogna scende giù a Palermo e dove lo mette?
Accanto alla mamma. Perché io ho visto quando è nato un figlio di un'amica di mia madre, l'ho visto che era in un cestello.
Allora spiegami.
Un cestello di velo.
Ah sì, e chi l'aveva messo lì?
La cicogna.
Ma la cicogna come fa che non ha le mani?
Dio.
Ma è la cicogna o è Dio allora? Chi è che la porta? Dio o la cicogna?
La cicogna.
E chi l'ha messa dentro il cestello?
Dio.
Ah, Dio. E la mamma del bambino cosa ti sente?
La mamma del bambino era felice e contenta.
Professor Musatti, Moravia, io mi rivolgo a voi come tua autorità e vi chiedo che senso può avere fare un'inchiesta come quella che ho cominciato. Tu, Moravia, che ne pensi?
Penso che sia bene farlo, qualunque siano gli effetti, i risultati di questa intervista, perché è una cosa che si fa per la prima volta, cioè per la prima volta, o quasi, che si faccia un film, quello che i francesi chiamano cinema verità. E per la prima volta, questo cinema verità in Italia parla della questione sessuale, la quale è tabù non soltanto sullo schermo, ma fino nei salotti o nelle conversazioni abituali. Perciò credo che in sé per sé l'intervista sia bene farla.
Io penserei che la gente o non risponde o risponde in una pazza.
E questo per quale ragione? Per ignoranza del problema o per paura?
Ma lei sa che dal punto di vista psicoanalitico l'ignoranza e la paura non sono due cose staccate. Esiste l'ignoranza per paura, cioè esiste la possibilità che noi nascondiamo a noi stessi determinate cose perché ce le difendiamo e allora queste cose le impariamo. E per ciò che riguarda il sesso è proprio così.
Una specie di crociata contro l'ignoranza e la paura. Insomma, questi sono i termini più o meno di una dissacrazione, ti pare, Marupakkam?
Sì, e questo è quello che volevo dire, è una dissacrazione.
Ricerche primo. Grande fritto misto all'italiana, dove si vede una specie di commesso viaggiatore che gira per l'Italia a sondare gli italiani sui loro gusti sessuali. E ciò non per lanciare un prodotto, ma nel più sincero proposito di capire e di riferire fedelmente. Dove si vede per prima cosa come gli italiani accolgono l'idea di un film di questo genere e di conseguenza come si comportano di fronte all'idea dell'importanza del sesso nella vita, molto allegramente, nota del regista.
Secondo lei i problemi sessuali vanno trattati esplicitamente oppure meglio da sé?
Per me è meglio da sé.
In Italia se ne tace o se ne parla?
Se ne parla troppo.
Se ne parla abbastanza e male. Ti piacerebbe vedere un film che ti spiegasse queste cose?
Beh no,
E perché?
perché non mi piace.
Mi interesserebbe più forse un film un po' pornografico, con spogliarelli e cose di questo genere. Mi interesserebbe più quello che invece un film che invece tratti proprio onestamente e scientificamente del problema. Sembra giusto questo.
Almeno a me.
Non te ne vergogni un po'?
No.
E tu che ne dici? Gli spettacoli erotici, spogliarelli eccetera, ti piacciono?
La mia passione.
Ci sei mai andato?
Sono andato una volta
Dove?
a Tobruk.
Dove?
A Tobruk, in Libia.
Sei divertito?
Ma da?
Cosa ne pensa di questo ragazzo che va a vedere spettacoli poco decenti?
Che è furbo.
Ma tu li approvi?